Base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Preparing.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Very well. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Training. Unit ready. Unit ready. Training. Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Very well. Agreed.
Unit ready. Building. 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 Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Waiting orders.
Lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Construction options. Our base is under attack. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Our base is under attack.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Primary building selected. Training. Unit ready.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building. Our base is under attack. On hold. Cancel. Building. Unit
Awaiting
ready.
affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Training.
Report affirmative.
Unit ready.
Awaiting orders.
Insufficient funds.
Reporting at once.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. 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 Building. Structure sold. Structure sold.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Cancel. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete.
Soon we will stand. Soon we will stand. Soon we will stand invincible.
Building.
Soon
Construction
we will stand.
complete.
Soon we will stand.
Building.
Soon we will stand
Construction
invincible.
complete.
If you fail, do not return.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building.
If you fail,
Construction complete.
do not return.
Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Structure sold. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade.
Unit ready.
Awaiting acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Vehicle affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Repairing.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit repaired.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Vehicle
Yes,
reporting.
sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting affirmative.
Repairing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit repaired. Repairing.
Affirmative.
Unit repaired.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ready and
At
waiting.
once. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting for knowledge.
Waiting affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Comrade.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting
Affirmative.
orders.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Report affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Awaiting acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Silence
Affirmative.
needed.
Vehicle reporting.
Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Silos needed. Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed. Silos needed. Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledge. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
Zal Rossio. Za Jensen. Zal Roskik Jensen. Excellent work in the Ukraine, Commander. You are ambitious. Ambition can be very useful. Might find your way into a cramped corner office in a drafty old building in what used to be the better part of Moscow. I like you. I like you very much. And I am Russian. I do not like anybody. But I drink to you, comrade. Comrade, Здравствуйте. I must speak quickly. These things I am telling you, I am not. Somewhere in our office, in my office, there is a leak. Critical intelligence is reaching the Allied forces in Austria. Now, our key European command center has been infiltrated. Our hidden cargo routes are threatened. Our tactical subpens are attacked, and the Allied governors are even producing our classified new armor plating using a formula stolen from my office. Destroy what they've stolen, and get the Allied idiots out of my face. This is bad for me. Very bad. До свидания.
Iron Curtain charging. Our base is under attack.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Awaiting
Comrade,
orders.
waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Reporting. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Kiss it bye-bye.
Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Give it to me.
Waiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training.
Vehicle
Unit
report.
ready.
Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready.
Awaiting orders.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Agreed.
Unit ready. Training.
Affirmative.
Unit
Agreed.
ready.
Agreed.
Training. Unit ready.
Ready and waiting.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Awaiting orders. Agreed.
Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Training. Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Training.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Training.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Training.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Training.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
New construction options.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Iron curtain ready. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under
Vehicle
attack.
affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir, at once. Of course. Affirmative. Affirmative. Of course. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir.
Repairing. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Reporting. At once.
Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Comrade, affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Ready and waiting. Agreed. Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Allied forces approaching. Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Credits
Affirmative.
stolen. Our base is under attack.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
New construction options.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Our
Acknowledged.
base is under attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Comrade, acknowledge.
Report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack. Unit
Awaiting
ready.
orders.
Comrade,
Building.
acknowledged. Comrade, acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Naval unit lost. Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Our
Affirmative.
base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Naval unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. 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 Yes, sir.
Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Yes, sir. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack. Building. Repairing. Repairing. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Our base is under attack. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Our base is under attack. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Mission accomplished.
I've got a present for you.
Yes, sir. At once.
Real tough guy.
Agreed. At once.
Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Our base is under attack.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. Repairing.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle report. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Our base is
Acknowledged.
under attack.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
I've got a present for you.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
I've got a present for you.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting.
Base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Base is
Yes,
under
sir.
attack.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting
Unit
orders.
ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Perfect. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission second.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
On hold. Cancel. Training. Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Structure solid. Naval unit lost. Training. Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Naval
Acknowledged.
unit lost.
Acknowledged. Awaiting. Acknowledged.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Comrade, affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Repairing.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Reporting. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Objective. Mission accomplished. Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. Waiting orders. At once. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Very well. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Very well. At once. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Of course. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir. Of course. Yes, sir. Reporting at once. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. At once.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. 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 Vehicle report. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Mission saved.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Report affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. At once. Yes, sir. Of course. At once. Affirmative. Reporting. Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Very well. Agreed. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Yes, sir. At once. At once. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. 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 At once.
Report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 Agreed. At once. Affirmative. 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 Agreed. At once. Very well.
Let's rock!
Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Of course. Yes, sir. Agreed. Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Ready and waiting. Very well.
Mission accomplished. Mission timer initialized.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Reporting. Of course. Agreed. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Reporting. Awaiting orders.
40 minutes remaining.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Strike ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Select target. 30 minutes remaining. Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Select target.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Reporting. Affirmative. Agreed. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Mission accomplished.
Salute, Commander. Congratulations on your success in Austria. You must forgive me if my interest in your success is a bit personal. You have cleared my name. You are my friend, and I will drink to your honor. It seems I already have. До свидания, товарищ. Добрый день, Major. Rad Videt. Our French intelligence confirms the Allied forces are developing two vehicle weapons. The phase transport and the chrono tank. It is not in the Soviet interest that either of these weapons becomes operational. Do what you must. Steal the prototypes. Use the prototypes against the Allies. And keep them from using that chrono tank. Iditai, go on.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
New construction options. On hold. Building. Cancel. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready.
Ready and waiting. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
At once.
New construction
Yes, sir.
options.
Affirmative.
Building.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Reporting.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Training.
Vehicle
Unit
reporting.
ready.
Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready. Construction complete.
Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
New construction options. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Reporting. Agreed. Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed. Building.
Reporting.
Our
Yes,
base
sir.
is under attack. Unit ready. Silos needed. Construction complete.
At once.
Unit ready. Building. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes,
Building.
sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options. Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Repairing. Construction complete. Primary building selected. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Primary building selected. Building. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle report. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Awaiting acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction
Yes,
options.
sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
Our base
Affirmative.
is under attack.
Affirmative.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Silence needed.
Yes, sir.
Silence
Acknowledged.
needed.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Building. Our base is under attack. Preparing. Construction complete. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready.
Reporting.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Preparing. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Training. Unit ready. Building. Training. On hold. Cancel. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Prepare. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Silos
Affirmative.
needed. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Affirmative.
Construction options. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Comrade. Acknowledged.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete. New construction options.
Comrade, reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Building.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Insufficient
Comrade.
funds.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Unit ready.
Vehicle affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir.
Our base is under attack. Unit ready.
Report acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Primary building selected. Building. Unit ready.
Awaiting orders.
Building. Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Reporting.
Repairing.
Acknowledged.
Unit
Report.
prepared.
Affirmative.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Repairing.
Yes, sir.
Building. Unit prepared.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Base is under attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Low power.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Repairing. Unit
Yes, sir.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Silos needed. Silos
Yes, sir.
needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Report. Affirmative.
Lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived.
At once. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 Very well. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Yes, sir. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Very well. At once. At once. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Acknowledged. Very well. At once. Of course. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. 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 Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. At once. At once.
Unit
Agreed.
lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Of course. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Reporting. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. At once. Of course. At once. once. Reporting. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Report affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. course. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Reporting. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Yes, sir.
40
Yes, sir.
minutes remaining.
At once. Agreed. At once.
Mission saved.
Reporting. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 Awaiting orders. Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Awaiting orders. Very well. Awaiting orders. Very well. Reporting. Ready and affirmative.
Mission saved.
Agreed. At once.
Mission failed. Mission loaded.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. At once. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Acknowledged.
30 minutes remaining.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 At once. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Mission accomplished.
Yes, sir. At once.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Comrade. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once.
Reinforcements
Very well.
have arrived. First
Affirmative.
objective met.
Affirmative.
10 minutes remaining.
Yes, sir. Very well. At once. At once. Very well.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Naval unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Warning, 5 minutes.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Warning, 4 minutes remaining.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Warning,
Acknowledged.
3 minutes remaining.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Warning, 2 minutes remaining.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Warning, 1 minute remaining.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle report. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Agreed.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting.
Unit lost.
Reporting.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Ready and waiting. At once. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Report affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Waiting order.
Reporting. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Of course. Affirmative. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. 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 At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Engineering. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Waiting orders. At once. Affirmative. Of course. Affirmative. 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 Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Agreed. 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 Affirmative. At once. Yes, sir. Agreed. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Agreed. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. At once. At once. At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged at once. Agreed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reconstruction
Yes, sir.
options.
Affirmative. Engineering. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Repairing. Repairing. Insufficient power.
Awaiting orders at once. Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Training.
Yes, sir. Very well.
Unit
Yes,
ready.
sir. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack. Training. Unit ready. Training.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Repairing. Mission saved. Chronosphere ready. Select target. Chronosphere.
Vehicle
charging.
acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building.
Ready and waiting. Agreed. Acknowledged at once. Acknowledged at once. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Training. Our base is under attack. Primary building selected. Unit
Reporting.
ready.
Affirmative.
Training. Unit ready. Unit ready. Training. Building.
Ready and waiting.
Unit
Agreed.
ready. Chronosphere ready. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Select target. Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Very well.
Primary building selected. Training.
Reporting.
Unit ready.
At once.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Primary building selected. Silos needed. Silos needed. Building. Construction complete.
Soon we will stand. Soon
Repair.
we will stand invincible. Soon we will stand. Soon we will stand. Soon we will stand invincible. You fail.
Awaiting orders. At once.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Agreed. Yes, sir.
Do not reserve.
Very well. Affirmative. Of course. Affirmative. At once.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Training.
Vehicle
Unit
reporting.
ready.
Yes, sir.
Training.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Nothing. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Repairing. Construction complete. Our base
Yes,
is
sir.
under attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Cannot deploy here. Building. Our base is under attack. Repairing. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Comrade? Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Building.
Waiting order, comrade.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Vehicle acknowledged.
New construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building.
Vehicle report acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. At once.
Unit ready.
Of course. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Ready and
Acknowledged.
waiting.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Mission failed. Reinforcements have arrived. Mission loaded.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative.
Chronosphere ready. Chronosphere
Awaiting
charging.
orders. Acknowledged.
Cannot deploy
Affirmative.
here. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Training. Unit ready. Training. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Training.
Affirmative.
Unit
At
ready.
once.
Training. Unit ready.
Reporting. Agreed. Yes, sir. Agreed. At once. Yes, sir.
Construction complete. Primary building selected. Training. Unit ready. New construction options. Chronosphere ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Building. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. At once.
Primary building selected. Building. Construction complete. Building. Unit ready. Building. Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building. Insufficient funds. Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle report
Construction
affirmative.
complete. All base
Yes,
is
sir.
under attack.
Affirmative. Of course.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Building. Repairing. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Building. Our base is under attack. Construction complete. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Construction complete. Unit ready. Our base is under attack.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Insufficient
Acknowledged.
funds.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. At once.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative.
Unit lost. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Ready and waiting. Very well. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. Very well. At once.
Silos
At
needed.
once. Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. Yes, sir.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Very well. Yes, sir. Awaiting affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
At once. Very well. At once. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed.
Primary building selected. Training. Unit ready.
Okay.
Training. Unit ready.
What?
Training.
Okay.
Credits stolen. Unit ready. Training.
What?
Unit ready.
Moving out.
Credits stolen.
Yeah. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yeah. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. At once.
Credits
Yes, sir.
stolen.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
What? Okay.
Ready and
Our
waiting.
base is
Affirmative.
under attack. Credits stolen. Repairing. Repairing. Silos needed. Silos needed. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Select target. Chronosphere charging. Construction complete. Building. Our base is under attack. Construction complete.
Acknowledged.
Repairing. New construction options. Building. Low power. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building. Our base is under attack. Repairing. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building.
Report. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Awaiting
Building.
orders.
Waiting. Affirmative. Report. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Our base
Vehicle
is under
acknowledged.
attack.
Acknowledged.
Building. Chronosphere ready.
Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Of course. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Reporting. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once. Affirmative.
Preparing.
Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir.
Preparing. Building. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Comrade.
Insufficient funds.
Acknowledged.
On hold. Cancel. Construction complete. Repairing. Repairing. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction
Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Mission saved.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Our base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Lost.
Affirmative.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Our base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Low power. Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Our base is under attack. Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Repair. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting order.
Silos
Yes, sir.
needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Very well.
Building. Construction complete. Training. Silos needed. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Waiting orders. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos
Affirmative.
needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Comrade, acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed. Select target. Silos needed. Chronosphere charging.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Training. Silos needed. Unit ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed. Prepare.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished.
You have been busy, comrade. I am to present you with this Soviet star in recognition of your efforts in keeping the Allied dogs from completing development of their new toys. You have done well, my friend. Yet, too well. Soon you will have this drafty corner office, and I will have to start worrying about my own job. Rebellions, revolution, betrayals. Our people, Colonel, are becoming more of a problem than our enemies. Now, there's a mission for you. Make our people love us or die. These papers will instruct you to crush one of our own towns into submission. Put down a faction of our own military that threatens us with biological warfare. To assassinate the spies in our midst. To annihilate an entire province. Men, women, and children who contest our Soviet might. They say, don't tell us what to do. So, we must kill them. This time, comrade, we drink.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, done. Fully charged. Fully charged. Let's dance.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Got juice? Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Power on. Power on.
Reporting. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
No problem.
New
Acknowledged.
construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Got juice? Need a fully charged. Let's dance. Fully charged. Let's dance.
Construction
Power
complete.
on. Let's dance.
Cannot deploy here. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Agreed. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Got juice?
Yes, sir.
Got juice? Power on. Got juice? Fully charged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Yes, sir.
Base is
Affirmative.
under attack.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Preparing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Building. Silos needed. Building. Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. Our base is under attack. Unit ready. Building. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. Building. Our base is under attack. Construction complete. Building. Enemy approaching. Enemy approaching. Construction complete. Building. Repairing. Construction complete. Our base is under attack. Building. Silos needed. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Battle control terminated. Building. Training. Training. Upgrade complete. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Construction
Awaiting for
complete.
acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledge.
When you kill one, it is a tragedy.
Reporting. Very well.
When you kill 10 million, it is a
New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge.
Construction complete.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. 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 Affirmative.
yeah, fully charged.
Unit lost. Building. Silos needed. Construction complete. Building. Our base is under attack. Construction complete. Silos needed. Building. Building. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Mission saved. Construction complete. Unit ready.
Comrade, affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Reporting. Agreed. At once. Very well. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well.
Building.
Very well.
Insufficient funds.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Construction
Agreed.
complete.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Repairing. Repairing.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Building. Silos
Affirmative.
needed. Mission saved.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Silos
Affirmative.
needed.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Our base is under
Affirmative.
attack.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Comrade. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Vehicle acknowledged.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Vehicle report.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base
Acknowledged.
is under attack.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Repairing. Repairing.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Repairing. Building. Silos needed. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos
Affirmative.
needed. Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Got juice? Let's dance.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Our base is
Acknowledged.
under attack.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack. Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Preparing.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Awaiting orders.
Silos needed.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Power on!
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Silos
Yes, sir.
needed.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Yes, sir. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well.
Mission saved.
Very well. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Mission saved.
At once.
Building infiltrated. Mission failed. Mission loaded.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. 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 At once. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative. Very well. At once. At once. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Reporting. Agreed. Very well. At once. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
Mission saved.
Agreed.
Building infiltrated. Mission failed. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed.
Unit lost. Mission failed. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Ready and waiting. Reporting. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Yes, sir. Reporting. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Acknowledged. Very well. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Mission saved.
Affirmative.
Building infiltrated. Mission failed. Mission loaded.
Affirmative. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Very well. At once. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed. Agreed. At once. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Agreed. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Very well. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. 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 Very well. Agreed. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. 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 At once. At once. Affirmative. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Reporting. Affirmative. At once. At once. Affirmative. Very well. At once. At once. Very well. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Building infiltrated.
Yes, sir. Agreed. At once. Affirmative. Affirmative. Agreed. Very well. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Agreed. Very well.
Reinforcements have arrived.
At once.
Reinforcements have
Affirmative.
arrived.
Affirmative. At once. Agreed.
Reinforcements have arrived. Unit lost. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Agreed. Very well. Reporting. At once. Very well.
Lights out.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. At once. At once.
Need a jump? Let's start.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Acknowledged.
Affirmative.
Ready and wait. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Yeah. Power on. Let's start. Fully charged. Power on. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. Fully charged. Let's start. Baby bird. Extra crispy. Extra crispy. Let's start.
Reporting.
New
Affirmative.
construction options. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Awaiting
Building.
orders.
On hold. Cancel.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Construction complete.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
New construction options.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Ready and waiting. Affirmative.
Got duly charged.
Building.
Awaiting. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. On hold. Cancelled.
Vehicle reporting.
Insufficient funds. Our base is under attack.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Comrade, affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Silos needed. Building. Construction complete. Building. Silos needed. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Construction complete. 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 Building. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Our base is under attack.
Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Repairing. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Building. Unit ready.
Reporting. Affirmative. Reporting.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unable to comply. Building in progress. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting for
Primary
knowledge.
building.
Yes, sir.
Selected.
Affirmative.
Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Training.
Reporting.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Training. The base is under attack. Unit ready. Building. Construction complete. New construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Vehicle acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack. Building.
Affirmative.
Repairing. Repairing. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Vehicle acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Unit lost. Insufficient funds. Building. Construction complete. Building. Building. Construction complete. Unit
Yes, sir.
ready.
Affirmative.
Building. Unable to comply. Building in progress. Unit ready.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Unit ready.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Our base is under attack.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Repairing. Building. Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building. Insufficient funds.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Building.
Comrade, acknowledge.
Unit ready.
Acknowledge.
Building.
Acknowledge.
Unit ready. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledge. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledge.
Unit lost.
Acknowledge. Acknowledge.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge.
Mission safe.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledge.
Our base is under attack.
Acknowledge.
Preparing. Preparing.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledge. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Affirmative. Acknowledge. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative.
Lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silos.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Reporting. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Silos
Very well.
needed.
Affirmative.
Silos
At once.
needed. Construction complete. New construction options. Silos needed. Building.
Reporting. Very well.
Our base is under attack.
Ready and waiting. At once.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. At once.
Silos needed.
Very well. Affirmative. Affirmative. At
Unit
once.
ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Of course. Affirmative. 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 Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Repairing.
Yes, sir.
Silence
Affirmative.
needed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle reported. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Silence needed.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Silos
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Silos needed.
Affirmative.
Silos
Acknowledged.
needed.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Silos needed. Building. Construction complete. Unit lost.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Silos needed.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Silos needed.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Very well.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Agreed.
Building.
Yes, sir. Very well. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Unit
sir.
ready.
Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Waiting
Building.
order. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building. Unit lost. Unit ready. Building.
Vehicle report. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Repairing.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Waiting orders.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Mission accomplished. Reinforcements have arrived.
Yeah, let's dance. Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged. Fully charged. Fully charged. Let's dance. Fully charged. Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Lights out. Lights out. Fully charged. Power on. Let's dance. Power on. Lights out. Shocking. Need a jump? Lights out. Shocking. Power on. Let's dance. Extra crispy. Burn, baby, burn. Extra crispy. Let's dance. Shocking. Power on. Power on. Power on. Power on. Shocking. Let's dance. Fully charged. Power on. Let's dance. Shocking. Shocking. Fully charged. Lights out. Power on. Lights out. Fully charged. Lights out. Extra crispy. Fully charged. Let's dance. Burn, baby, burn. Extra crispy.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Burn, baby, burn. Extra crispy. Got juice? Shocking. Let's dance. Power on. Shocking. Extra crispy. Lights out. Extra crispy. Shocking. Shocking. Power on. Let's dance. Power on. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged. Lights out. Fully charged. Power on. Fully charged. Let's dance. Fully charged. Let's dance. Power on. Fully charged. Fully charged. Power on. Power on. charged. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged. Fully charged. Burn, baby, power on. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged. Power on. Fully charged. Let's dance. Fully charged. Fully charged. Let's dance. Power on. Power on. Power on. Let's dance. Let's dance. Fully charged. Fully charged. Let's dance. Let's dance. Fully charged. Power on. Let's dance.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Power on. Jockey. Lights out. Extra crispy. Jockey. Lights out. Extra crispy. Jockey. Fully charged. Fully charged. Lights out. Shocking! Let's dance. Fully charged. Power on. Need a jump? Lights out. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Extra crispy. Let's dance. Shocking! Fully charged. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged. Shocking. Fully charged. Fully charged. Let's dance. Power on. Fully charged. Power on. Power on. Power on. Let's dance. Fully charged. Power on. Let's dance. Let's dance. Burn, baby, burn. Fully charged. Need a jump? Got juice? Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Let's dance. Power on. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Fully charged. Fully charged. Fully charged. Let's dance. Fully charged. Let's dance. Fully charged. Power on. Fully charged. Let's dance. Let's dance. Extra lights out. Power on. Burn, baby, burn. Doggy. Fully charged. Fully charged. Doggy. Doggy. Lights out. Doggy. Fully charged. Let's dance. Extra fully charged. Burn, baby, burn. Burn, baby, burn. Crispy. Lights out.
Extra crispy. Burn, baby, burn. Let's start. Doggy. Lights out. Burn, baby, burn. Power on. Let's dance. Lights out. Lights out. Burn, baby, burn. Fully charged. Fully charged. Power on. Let's dance. Shocking. Extra crispy. Lights out. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Power on. Power on. Fully charged. Burn, baby, burn. Power on. Fully charged. Extra crispy. Fully charged. Let's dance. Lights out. Fully charged. Let's dance. Let's dance. Extra crispy. Let's dance. Power on. Power on. Burn, baby, burn.
Reinforcements have
Power
arrived.
on. Let's dance. Burn, baby, burn. Doggy.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Need a jump? Power on.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Need a jump?
Report acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Yeah, got juice? Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Let's dance. Power on. Power on. Fully charged. Let's dance. Waiting order. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Got juice? Fully charged. Power on. Burn, baby, burn. Let's dance. Power on.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Got juice. Power on. Fully charged. Lights out.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Awaiting affirmative.
Mission accomplished. Mission timer initialized.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Naval unit
Affirmative.
lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
10 minutes remaining.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. At once. Agreed. Agreed.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Affirmative. At once. Very well. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. At once. At once. Yes, sir. At once. Yes, sir. Affirmative. 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 At once. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Agreed. Very well. Agreed. Affirmative. Agreed.
Yeah? Okay.
Awaiting orders. At once. Very well. Agreed. Very well. Affirmative. 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 Agreed. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed.
Warning,
Affirmative.
5 minutes remaining.
Affirmative. At once. At once. Very well. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Warning,
Acknowledged.
4
Affirmative.
minutes remaining.
Affirmative. Very well. Affirmative. Agreed. At once. Very well.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Awaiting orders. At once. At once.
Warning, 3 minutes
Affirmative.
remaining. Reinforcements have arrived.
At once. Affirmative.
Mission accomplished. Reinforcements have arrived. Mission timer initialized.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Acknowledged.
New construction options.
Vehicle affirmative.
Construction complete. New construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Building. Building. Construction complete. New construction options. Building. On hold. Cancelled. Construction complete. Unit ready. Building. Building. Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unable to comply. Building in progress. Construction complete. Insufficient funds. Unit ready.
Comrade. Acknowledged.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Construction
Affirmative.
complete.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Building.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Construction complete. New construction options. Silos needed. Building. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Construction complete.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged.
Building. Construction complete. Building. Unit ready. Construction complete. Building. Low power. Construction complete. Building.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building.
Comrade, affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Building. Construction complete. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative.
Construction complete. Building. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Construction
Yes, sir.
complete.
Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Cannot deploy here. Unit ready.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Building. On hold. Cancel. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete. Building. Construction complete.
Да, игра отличная.
Our base is under attack. Building.
Ну где? Найди где-нибудь, не знаю, может на сайте, который вот, если видишь сейчас, бежит, так сказать, текст внизу видео. В конце написано название сайта. В принципе, там можешь найти.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Да не за что, конечно.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building. Construction complete.
Reporting.
Cannot deploy here. New construction options.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Acknowledged.
ready. Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Construction
Acknowledged.
complete.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
New construction options. Building.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Mission saved. Unit ready.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Acknowledged.
Unit lost.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Building.
Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes,
Building.
sir. Report. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative.
ready.
Vehicle acknowledged.
Building. Training. Unit ready. Building.
Waiting for
Unit
acknowledged.
ready.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Awaiting order. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Comrade, acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative.
Waiting acknowledged.
Engineering.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative.
Engineering. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Comrade, affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Waiting order. Reporting. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative.
Soon we will stand.
Acknowledged.
Soon we will stand. Soon we will
Acknowledged.
stand invincible.
Acknowledged.
Soon we will
Affirmative.
stand.
Affirmative.
Soon we will stand. Soon we will
Acknowledged.
stand invincible.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
If you fail,
Acknowledged.
do not return.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit lost. Unit lost.
Comrade. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Acknowledged. Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. At once. Awaiting orders.
Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Unit lost.
Reporting. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Waiting orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Very well. Very well. Very well.
Awaiting orders. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Comrade, acknowledged. Affirmative.
Building.
Awaiting orders. Acknowledged.
Waiting order. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Naval unit lost.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Naval unit lost.
Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Yes, sir.
Building.
Affirmative.
Unit ready. Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Vehicle reporting.
Unit ready.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Comrade, acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Awaiting orders.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Building.
Awaiting orders. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit
Awaiting
ready.
orders.
Building.
Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Unit ready. Building.
Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit ready.
Acknowledged. 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 Acknowledged.
Acknowledged. Waiting order. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. 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 Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Waiting order. Affirmative.
Building.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Reporting. Affirmative.
Unit ready.
Vehicle reporting. Acknowledged.
Building.
Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Comrade,
Unit
acknowledged.
ready.
Acknowledged. Waiting order. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Affirmative. 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 Affirmative.
Reporting. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Vehicle reporting. Affirmative.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting.
Waiting order. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged. Reporting. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Affirmative. Yes, sir. Affirmative. Acknowledged.
Unit
Comrade.
lost.
Acknowledged.
Vehicle reporting.
Comrade. Affirmative. Waiting order. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged.
Awaiting acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged.
Report. Acknowledged. Yes, sir. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Acknowledged. Acknowledged. Affirmative. Affirmative. Affirmative.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Affirmative.
Ready and waiting. At once.
Mission saved.
Yes, sir. At once. At once.
Repairing.
Affirmative.
Unit repaired.
Yes, sir.
Mission accomplished.
Congratulations, comrade. That was a difficult campaign. I do not envy you. Yet I think all of Spain was beaten into submission. What you left of it. I know your most difficult missions still lie ahead. I will not keep you from your work. Let us say, the next time we meet, we'll be with vodka in our hands and large women on our arms. До свидания, Kerry. Be well. And here we are, comrade. You have done your job so well, I am out of mine. As I predicted, no war to fight. Yet, do not worry. I have a dasher to tend, cabbages to grow. And as we both know, I have lost my heart in this. But this I will leave for you in your new office. General.
Ну вот и все, миссию мы прошли, все прошли. Я молодец, я замечательный человек. Вот, всем пока, кто будет смотреть, смотрит. В общем, я закругляюсь. Вот. Итак, 6 часов уже идет стрим. В общем,